Hello everyone. Today we're going to be painting Kale, Roaring Harmonica Kale from Kingdom Death Monster. He's an indomitable survivor. I really like this line of figures, the indomitable survivors. I think they're very cool. Hello, Monument Hobbies. Hi, Jason. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for the happy partner anniversaries. What were you guys doing on your stream? We're just getting started painting this guy. Just grabbing some colors. I was talking a little bit about the skin tone. I think I'm going to go... He does have like an established color scheme. It's mostly earth tones. There's a little bit of blue in there to... offset. I like this sort of new touch that one of the concept artists has been doing. They've been splashing like tiny elements of blue and all these earth tones that you see on the Kingdom Death survivors. So it's a nice little touch to add a little splash of color. And we'll also add some blue grays with some of the metallics. But Rufus and a Captain Esimo. Hello, welcome in. So yeah, we're just gonna get some color down, grabbing some skin tones. Probably gonna want some brown here. I don't want to go too dark on his skin tone, but grab a little brown. Then I think we'll grab a sort of medium skin tone. Oh, so many. Double T and or Dually T. I don't know how to say it. And Sigavax. Hello, welcome. So we need another skin tone here. Exact color is not the end of the world, just something lighter than what we've got. We can even go with something like this. This dark flesh will work fine. It's slightly more on the orange side. Gebruik Vorwerp. Hello. Thank you. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. All right. So that should be good. So let's get some base coats down. So I'm going to go with a general overhead light here for him. I'm going to mix a little more brown. Or a little more orangish, right? So this is a little too pink for me. That's why I added the orange to it. And I think maybe just a tiny bit lighter, but I think this will be a pretty good shadow value for the skin. We're going to be a little more, if you were here last week, you may have watched me paint the Scout with mostly like washes and contrast paints and things. Knocked it out pretty quick. This guy, I'm going to do a bit of a different approach, a little more careful, I guess you could say. He doesn't have so many of those sorts of elements that washes and things will work great on. So I'm gonna do it a little more of sort of traditional approach here. We're just blocking in sort of the light and shadow in order to get a rough sort of volumetric shape to his musculature and everything. And then once that's done, then I can start blending them together. But I want him to be very muscly. Rushmaster, thanks for the gift sub. No, there's no goblin green. We're not doing goblin green bases. Forget that. Black. Baldman, thanks for the gifted sub. I know what that's for. Thanks for the gifted sub for it wasn't a bet, but I successfully predicted all the winners of the main card on the last UFC on Saturday. So that's what that gifted sub is for. Because I don't support sports betting. Hey man, I didn't only go for the favorites. Just on the one fight with the guy that I didn't really know much about, that was like a 1,200 favorite. If you guys don't know, 1,200 is a lot. Like a crazy high amount. Not very many times in UFC do you see people that are above 1,000 favorites. That's like 10 to 1 odds, basically. Eric, what are your criteria for choosing which model to prevent... Eric, what are your criteria for choosing which model to paint, provided that you don't have any commissions that require a specific figure? Well, I don't really do commissions on stream. Like, that's not typically a thing. So when I pick a figure, are you asking in general, or are you asking for the stream? Because on stream, generally, I just paint figures that I want to paint. And occasionally I'll have like something I want to talk about. So I'll paint something conducive to the subject I would like to speak on. But most of the time, I'm just painting something that I feel like painting. In terms of what I'm painting at any given moment, yeah, it's generally like, you know, what's in order of commissions and stuff that need to get done. And sometimes I paint more for me, and sometimes, like right now, I haven't done too many commissions recently. I've more just been painting fun stuff. But I have some that I need to do. I believe the pre-order for the Cult of Paint Saturday class is out of stock. If I'm not, maybe someone can confirm that. He has some skin like way up in there. I don't think it's worth painting though, so I'm not going to. I don't tend to look up the skirts of my models, so. Pint-sized Berserker, thanks for following. All right, now let's take some of this guy, mix a little bit more orange into it. And we'll use this as a light for his skin tone. Have you painted the Smoke Knight? Yes. Wait, the gold? You're talking about Gold Smoke Knight? Yes, I have. So you can see this is quite a warm tone. The Saturday paint along class is a goblin, is the MPO goblin from Cult of Paint. Mr. Andy Wardle will be joining us. Two-time Slayer Sword winner and Monte Sansevino Best of Painting winner, Andy Wardle. How's that for an introduction? The plan is hopefully probably early March. Seems like maybe some people are still waiting on their figure. Oh, he's got some chest hair. We're going to cover it for now. We're just going to get it covered. We'll have to paint that. Yeah, so some people's hasn't even shipped yet, so we might have to delay it by a little bit. Commando Ken, hello. Thanks for following. Really just depends on when people get their figure. My gaming accomplishments. The guy who once went 50-0 in Warsong Gulch. And he picked not Warsong Gulch. What is the Blood Gulch? What's the one in Halo? I said Warsong, but that's WoW. Maybe I went 50-0 in Warsong. I wouldn't remember. There's very many times I went deathless in Warsong, but I don't know my total kills. Orc Warrior or Tauren? You'd be incorrect on both. I played I played a Forsaken in, well, I played Undead. Because Will of the Forsaken was super good. And Cannibalize was also very good if you as a warrior. Hi, Dave. So yeah, just trying to get all this stuff blocked in right now. And then we'll start to add some intermediate tones. But you know, just want to block in the general light and shadow shapes. Hi, Sakarum. I'm good. How are you? Just painting some minis, you know, having a good time. What's the Bob Ross quote? Any day's a good day when you paint. Bob Ross costume straight I don't know about that. All right, let's grab some glasses here. And I think it's time to crack open a new brush. Do my eyes ever twitch? No. So you can see this is pretty rough. Yeah, there's lots of like gray left over, but those gray areas, right? Those gray areas are fine. That's where we'll start to introduce some of these secondary tones. Yeah, I don't want, even though he's very muscly, I don't want to like overdo the abs. You can notice I barely put like any shadow here in this sort of central section of his stomach. It's not quite enough to get like super deep shadow. You can very easily overdo the shadows on some of these elements to the point where, yeah, you're over exaggerating the anatomy a bit, which can be like a style, right? But I prefer something slightly more natural here in order to keep the overall shape of the chest. The torso, I should say, in this case. And then we'll push highlights more with, and create some definitions with highlights instead. Otherwise, you can end up with something that is like a little too cartoony, in my opinion, even though these figures have quite the cartoonish style. I don't want like black lines, separating the abs. So I'm going to stick to something a little more naturalistic in terms of the lighting, and then allow the highlights to create that definition that we want. The important thing for me is that we maintain the readability, right? And over defining, I've talked before about muscle islands. It's easy to overdo it so much that you end up with what I call muscle islands, where the skin doesn't really feel connected to itself, and it just looks like overly defined and starts to become noisy. Even right now, some of the abs might be too defined as is. So when I start to push the light a little more and paint a little more refined, I might shrink those shadows a little bit, right? Just to give his stomach, make the abdominals like a little more flat. I don't want them to be so rounded. We don't want them bulbous looking, He's shredded, not swollen. So even like here on the shoulder, right? I'm treating this as one big shape for now. And then I'll start to add more definition as I go and push the lights more. But I just want to get like the general shoulder shape in. allow certain forms to be more defined and others to be a little less, right? Like say on his back, right? He's got this, instead of like highlighting and shadowing and painting each volume of his back the same, right? Each muscle of his back, because there's a lot of muscles in your back, right? Instead of painting each muscle the same, I want to realize that there's this overall curve to his back, right? So I'm still thinking of this as one shape. So muscle, yeah, it's basically from treating every individual muscle as its own like thing, instead of treating the back, right, as one larger shape, and then treating the muscles as smaller shapes within that shape. It's the same with the deltoid here. Like the shoulder is a sphere, and then we can begin to define more of the individual muscles of the shoulder, the individual heads of the deltoid, through highlights instead. But the general volume is a sphere. Makes sense? Right, so he doesn't have that much shadow right now. Because if we look at it from the side, like let's look at it from the side, right? This bottom ab, right? These ones right here. Okay, if you look at it from the side, neither of those really wrap underneath. And in fact, the one right above it wraps underneath less than the one above that. This one right here, this top set of abs, that one cuts in underneath the most. The other two don't cut in very much. So we can choose to define those a little less. Or maybe this top set we define slightly more. Fun. And this works on any scale, right? I feel like sometimes we treat scales differently, and there are some things you want to treat differently, right? Like you can do more subtle, nuanced details, I think, on a larger figure. But on and you maybe want to be a little more defined on smaller figures. But not everything needs to be defined the same. Some elements need to be defined more, some a little less. Okay. Hi, Paintler. How are you? Now we can start to push the lights a little more. There's parts that are still a little rough, but let me get those before we go too far. I want to make sure we get all underneath here, you know, like really get cut into these areas. Just save cleanup time later. Doing good base coats, guys, like, you know, like there's areas back here like I just didn't paint. Would you go to the effort to make a realistic skin tone from mixing for larger scales like this? Mixing from red, yellow? No. I just use whatever's. I wouldn't mix any differently for a larger scale. Could I? Yes. But these pre-mixed tones can act as a shortcut to get me part of the way, and then I supplement the colors like I am here by adding orange to get it closer to the tone that I want, right? Nerd Holla, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. See, like here, even though my initial shadow color was a little lighter than this, in these really deep areas like his armpits and stuff, I can go a little darker than I was. Just want to create that occlusion shadow in the absolute deepest recesses, right? I'm doing just fine. How are you? How was your stream? Thanks. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, I got one more little area up here around the neck that I kind of missed, and maybe, well, I missed his ears too, but that's not as big a deal. Let's get up here on his face. See, like this has to get pushed all the way up to the neck, right? Because now I got to go back over this and add hot and add light. So now I'm going to start to push these volumes a little more. So depending on how I make these shapes, right, where I choose to create this line, I can make his abs seem more exaggerated or not. Like if I want to make him look a little more cut, like maybe I bring that light down a little more, right? As opposed to having them higher, which would make him look more buff, I guess, like really make his muscles look super full. So depending on where I put those shadows, can really change the shape here. Piece of dust or something. There we go. He's on some sort of carnivorous-based diet, you know. This guy's getting plenty of protein. Maybe he eats a bunch of bone marrow. In the world of kingdom death, eating bones makes you bigger. That's an in-lore explanation. Got to define those serratus muscles some. So you can see right, I know it can be a little hard, but you can see right here, I'm trying to connect these a bit. This is what will help eliminate some of those islands, you know. There we go. Feel pretty good about that. Might need to come back with a dark tone again and just define the lower chest, clean up that line a little. Why does putting a spot of light in the recess before the shadow make something pop? Why does putting a spot of light in the recess? So it's about creating definition, right? So by placing light right next to shadow, that's how we create more contrast, right? We could paint it super smooth, but we don't want them to be super smooth, right? We want them to be cut, right? So by placing light next to shadow, right? If we want to separate these abs and make them defined, by placing light in between, in the recess, a highlight in the recess, we create separation between the abs. Now, here I'm still just painting the volumes. I'm still not creating individual muscles yet, right? Up here on the shoulder. You can see the highlights though. Can you see those two highlights there that then kind of become one highlight when I shift like that from the wet paint? So we'll add those later, but right now this is still just, I'm still just trying to define the general volume. We still have plenty of space to go up in light. The contrast helps with the, I'm sorry, no wizard, I'm afraid I don't understand the question exactly. It's about the purpose of contrast, right? Why do we use contrast? We use contrast to create definition and readability. So for our purposes, yes, you can use light and shadow, so value contrast to define form, right? But it has other uses too, right? We can use material contrast or, color contrast, value contrast, in sense that like certain elements are going to have a generally higher level contrast value than other elements, right? So like his skin might be lighter than his like skirt or the the boots or whatever, and that'll help create separation or definition between elements. We create visual hierarchy. Okay, so readability in this case can mean quite a few things. Yeah. Readability in terms of form or volume, readability in terms of like material definition. Hello, Sam. Right, he's got details on his forehead here, but I don't need to define those elements yet. What I need to do is define things like the light side of his face from the shadow side of his face from his neck, so that you have a clear picture of the shape and form of his head, and then you begin to create smaller forms, I cannot stress enough with painting in general how much of it is about going big to small. right? Even at something like that, right? This is two colors. I haven't really done any blending on his face, but look how readable his face is even at this stage. Okay? Like that is effectively two values, light and shadow. I think what I was trying to ask is why would you put a highlight in the recess versus the most? Well, I haven't put a highlight yet. There's no highlights yet. No, we haven't. This is not a highlight. We haven't touched highlights, so we will get to highlights. But occasionally, you will get highlights inside recesses. Let me see if I can find something that can show it. Let's use the old Red Bull can, right? Let's look at this and move it around, right? Where do you have a highlight on the can? Yeah, you have one on the edge, right? There's a highlight on the edge. But what's this down in here? Yeah, you got a highlight here. You got a highlight down in here. You got a highlight here. You got a highlight right here. You know? So occasionally, but if we change the angle, now the highlights change, right? But you can often still see, like, yeah, there's highlights down here, right? So there's one on this edge. There's one on this inside edge here. And you get one down in the recess. So you will often find that you will find highlights in recesses, right? Because highlights are about like where the light is bouncing. It's about the vector, if you want to put it that way. The tangential vector of the light. Because it's a reflection. Quick question about your mini pictures on Instagram. I know you have the cave for the black background, but what about your white gray background? Oh no, it's just a big piece of white poster board, like that looks gray because it's much further away from the light source. The point of the cave with the black background is just try and block out as much light from hitting the background as I can so it looks like a true black. See, like here, I'm going to use some mid-tone, right? This isn't even like, this is a dark color. This is not a light value. So if I want to try and like define some of these shapes down here, I can use some more subtle variations in value. in order to create some definition on the lower parts of his back, because the entire lower part of his back is in shadow, right? If I put actual lights down there, you know, if I used these like really bright tones down there, it would look, it would stand out too much because the part of his back does not really receive any light. Only the upper part of his back does, because of the way he's arching he's like this, you know? He's like arching his back up like this because he's all buff. Do you put the death watch? Oh, when I take photos of like my death watch, I put them on a, I'll normally just put them on like a black circular plinth or something. This is a black plinth, and then I'll paint it out in Photoshop. Just if I want it to look like it's like on a black void, I'll just paint out the plinth. On the subject of your, yeah, you heard it here. I photoshopped my pictures. Eric edits his photography. Can you believe it? On the subject of your photography setup in the cave, what's your lighting setup like? You mentioned 2 soft boxes from the side, but curious, those literally the side or the ones on the sides, the front? What? They're just like, imagine the figure is like this. Yeah. So I'm taking a picture of him. They're 2 big LED panels that go like this with soft boxes on them. And then I shoot the camera through in between the panels. I wouldn't even say 45 to the side, maybe close to 45 to the side, but yeah, something like that. Somewhere around there. I mean, the goal is to eliminate any overly harsh shadows. You still want some, like, you don't want to blow it out with so much light that you lose like shadows. This is why I don't like a ring light, because like you're naturally, even while you're painting the figure, you're going to get some shadows, right? Like the underside of his jaw is a little darker even while just looking at him, right? Even though I didn't paint like a literal darker, like when I flip him upside down, it's not actually darker in there. Right? It's all painted one color. But you naturally get some shadow just like looking at him like this. So yeah, you don't want to like blow it out so there's so much light that you have to simulate all of the shadows and everything. And some people, I think, overdo it. I really don't like light boxes. They're too We don't look at our figures completely surrounded. Like, we don't paint our figures in a light box. So why would we photograph them in a light box? Right? It's not how we paint them. It's not how we display them. Why would we photograph them that way? We paint them with like a soft lamp, like in front of them, you know? So basically, my goal when I'm photographing my figures is to represent how they look in hand, right? I want them to look as close to how I feel like they look while I'm looking at them at my desk. Any other questions about photography? No, the black back, and I don't always shoot on black backgrounds. Like, I also don't like when people always shoot on black backgrounds. I don't think every figure looks good on a black background. I think it's pretty dependent on the figure. Figures with like heavy lighting effects, like OSL and stuff, will tend to look more dramatic or realistic on a black background. Figures with like maybe a darker mood will often look better on a black background. Where figures like that are more just portraiture and stuff, like the like the Clue that I did with the houndstooth jacket, right? I took a photo of him on the gray background, right? It's just a light gray background, something neutral. Yeah, you don't have to use dark for everything. Don't overdo the black background thing. Some figures it just doesn't work for some, you know? And I could give you like, yeah, those might be like, some rule of thumbs, like when I would maybe think to choose one or the other. But the best answer I can give you is just take a picture on both and see which one you like better, right? Arclight, hello. even my Death Watch, for example, like I am like 50-50 on whether I shoot them on a black background or a white background, because maybe I like the plasma gun guy on the black background because it makes the plasma gun stand out more. But a guy who doesn't have a bunch of lighting effects like that, maybe I think he looks better on just a white background, you know? So. But there isn't really a right and wrong. Get just a little shadow here around this neck thing, whatever it is, the harmonica's strap. Just getting a little occlusion shadow in that the muscle there. Yep. Hi, Big Mac. Would you ever use a colored background? I'm just thinking in terms of classic portraits with earth tone canvases. I think it would fine for a minute. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, some of my favorite pieces are painted with actual backgrounds, right? Like two-dimensional backdrops. So I think it's definitely something you could do for whatever reason. Like in the 2000s, like people use this weird blue gradient backdrop for everything. It's not my favorite, but it was a thing. Yeah, I think you could totally use a colored backdrop if you wanted to. I don't see why not. If that's how you want your figure to be seen, then go for it. Why not? Are we having another hot food takes? Nah, I don't have any today. Actually, now that you guys ask about the colored backdrop thing, I'm surprised it's not done more, to be honest. Like, why there isn't, a more common usage of colored backdrops. think it could definitely like push a certain mood or ambience more. Maybe it has something to do with the, I don't know, like when I think about museums, this is not true for every museum, right? Like normally you have black or white walls in a museum. Sometimes you have wood or something else, but typically museums will have white or, black walls. Maybe it has something to do with that. It's like the way we typically see art displayed. You're not wrong, Migback. I at times don't disagree with you. There are, I think of certain figures with backdrops, and I've done a couple, more like 2.5D paintings, like the Loth I did, for example, which is a recreation of the Magic card. It's like a 2.5D version of the Magic card, right? As opposed to like a full 3D sculpture that you can go all the way around. Now, flats, I don't understand. Flats is so weird to me. Yeah, Rogland's recent SMC piece is the same, right? Yeah, the picture frame dioramas I think is really cool. It's like a different, it's a different thing, I think there's some people that overuse backdrops. They give backdrops to figures that don't need them. What does flats mean? Flats is like, they're basically like coins, right? They're not actually coins. Think of them as like refrigerator magnets is what they always remind me of. They're like embossed sculptures that are, embossed illustrations, I guess. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break and we will paint some more. So be right back. Hello. I'm back. All right. So before we even move on to highlights, just to get a better general sense of the sort of contrast here, I want to start to eliminate some of this white, okay? So the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to start base coating some of these elements in a brown so I can see some contrast better. Who's that? Paranoid Android, hello, welcome. So I want to just start getting some of these leather elements. This is just going to give me a better sense of, the material separation that I was talking about. Okay, so just getting this brown on here really will help. Because the problem with the zenithal sometimes is that it can really start to, as you start working into the brighter tones, all this white can really affect your perception of the values that you have around it, right? You might look at the skin and be like, oh man, it's not bright enough. Well, yeah, because you're comparing it to a bunch of white primer, you know? So we need to start comparing it to more tones that are going to be more accurate to what those colors might eventually be, and it just gives us some cleaner edges to start to separate materials more. Yeah, that's why I like to, before I go too far, right? I can get a lot of the skin paint and get a general idea without having to go, paint everything. But at least getting some like general color on things will give you a much better sense of how much you need to push certain parts. Right, so just by darkening all this in, it's going to make his skin feel much lighter in comparison anyways. What primer do you like to use for your I use the same primer on everything. But this is the primer I use. Should get an Amazon affiliate link. Did you see the Crimson brush? I saw who won like the golds and best of show, yeah. Why do you ask? Tempted to travel yet? I mean, tempted, but still hasn't changed that distance that I'd have to go. I stream new here, but would like to ask, what is the best miniature convention to go to overall, US or EU? I mean, that depends what you're looking for. What's your interest? Are you more interested in large scale? Like, if you like Warhammer, the best is to go to Golden Demon. But if you like, large scale other figures, my personal favorite is Monte, but SMC is also a very good show. I say Monte, I mean Monte San Savino show in Italy. That is generally where you will find the best of the best. Well, it has nothing to do with. I'm sure I could schedule workshops in Australia. That is not my concern. My concern is just the fact that I don't want to fly for 20 some hours. What do I think took my painting to the next level? I can tell you exactly what took my painting to the next level. Multiple times. Getting outside your comfort zone. Trying things you are not comfortable with. Okay? Trying to do things beyond your current skill level. Intentional practice. Okay? There is a difference between practice an intentional practice. What I am doing right now is technically practice. Is this going to push me to a new skill level? Probably not. It's just for funsies. I'm not doing anything in particular on this figure that is pushing myself, right? I can just shut my brain off and paint a little man. What is something that is difficult for me to do with painting? Oof. I don't think there really is anything that I think like would really stretch like that I would say I find like difficult in painting now. I feel like that if there's something I want to paint, I can just paint it. There are other aspects of miniatures that are more difficult, right? Like I am not the best diorama builder in the world. I am not the best. I'm certainly not the best sculptor. Like I can do some sculpting, I can do some conversion work. That is not my expertise. So I would say those things. Sorry if that was not the answer you were looking for, but can you submit a shadow box at Monte? Yeah, you can. I haven't seen a size limitation. People enter like like mini statue models. like 1/6 scale statues. So yeah, I've never seen anyone hit a limit on where they're like, we can't display this. Yeah, people have submitted some pretty large stuff. I can't tell if he's supposed to. I think he's got a scar on his neck. What's going on there? Okay, so even something like that, I'm going to probably base coat some of these elements also. I need to get like this ribbon. This ribbon around his arm, right? So even if I don't base coat the whole thing, because I got to base coat it later in a different color, because it's going to be like white. Because it looks like it's some kind of braid, probably from white lion fur. But here I can just get like a dark outline. It also showed me that I missed a part of his arm right there. But yeah, just outlining that helps create some nice separation there. Thank you, thank you. Do you think 1-to-1 scale model should be disqualified from competitions because it's not a miniature? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think it's ever happened. Not really. You want to enter a 1-to-1 scale? That wasn't 1-to-1 scale though, Dave. That was still like one. It was like 1/2 scale or something. It wasn't 1-to-1. That lady would have had a very small head if that was 1-to-1. Maverick, hello. Thanks for the prime. When you paint gaming figures like this, do you choose a viewing angle from the front and one from the back, or do you choose a different method for the lights and volumes? I am choosing not until I start painting the highlights. So right now he has no highlights, right? So I have not had to select a viewing angle. Not until I start painting the highlights will I choose a viewing angle, and it will probably be something like this, and then maybe something like this, and maybe something like this, and maybe something. It depends. Like it might be 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3. So just depends. But yeah, it's not until I have to start adding highlights, because at this stage there is no like reflection, so there's no dependency on the viewer. What would you say your style is? My style is a combination of my influences. That's my style. My style is influenced by painters such as John Singer Sargent, but also like Warcraft and Frank Frazetta. So yeah, I take inspiration from and influence from different things and different artists and mediums, and those things all sort of add together to create my style. Sometimes I can paint in a more cartoony style. Sometimes I can paint in a more realism style. If I had to classify or choose the things that I think are indicative of my style, the things that characterize my style, I would say probably, yeah, focus on like light and ambience would be two of the things I generally tend to be more focused on. You can call me Plant. Thanks for the prime 4 months. Did I ever do art studies of those styles? I have done studies of some of my influences, yes. Do you mean like a traditional study, like trying to create like a Frazetta canvas one to one? No, I've never done that exactly. But I've done it in miniature form. And a lot of what I do in miniature tends to come from, or what my, oh, well, yes, I have done that. But a lot of what I would consider like my style is also, or any style really for that matter, is not just like pulling the things because a lot of my influences come from other mediums, right? It's how you translate those mediums into miniature, right? So anyways. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say and be like, yeah, I'm a impressionist or whatever. It's like, no, I'm a neo miniature impressionist. I know you do a lot of coaching via Feedback Fridays and also extended workshops. Do you ever do any sort of recurring 1v1 feedback stage? Yes. No, check the Discord FAQ. Well, it's all right. All right, let's get some brown for his hair. I think I need something slightly darker. Let's say oh, I think we'll start with like the parasite. This is like this for his hair. Who's the Rob Liefeld of mini painting who can't paint feet? I don't know. Who only paints busts? So we're going for like a blonde hair, but we want to start with a bit of like a brownish tone. All right. And then we will build our way up to blonde. Here's the thing. Rob Liefeld also could draw feet. He just, I don't want to say lazy. I think, here's another thing about comic artists, and you may know this about manga artists. They're paid by the page, and they're paid by how fast they get stuff done, right? So the more you get done, the more you get paid. So Rob, in the defense of Mr. Liefeld, had a tendency to draw, like, leave out things that he did not consider important, right? So you could see he would draw like certain elements like really detailed, and then other stuff he would just like, meh. Yes, I think, and people like to make fun of him for certain comic covers and stuff, but I think you can do that with like any painter or comic artist or whatever. It's like, if I pick someone like Rob Liefeld and I go like, the guy has drawn thousands of comic book pages, right? Yeah, I'm sure you can find a handful of ones that are really bad. Yep. It was based on like an Arnold Schwarzenegger photo that he like messed up the posing of one of the arms because of the shield or whatever. I mean, he made a mistake like in the anatomy, but it was because of, yeah, the selection of the reference photo that he used. Alex Ross is another one of my influences. Alex Ross, Norman Rockwell. Yeah, when it comes to Ross, I tend to prefer his cover work. I tend like his gouache paintings. I tend to like more than his like line work. It's the same with Frank Rosetta. I tend to like his, obviously I like his oil paintings more than his like sketches, right? Not that one is bad. Yes, I know Assad Rivik. He is also one of my favorite comic book artists. His work on Thor is amazing. Yeah, the Immortal Hulk is really good. In fact, if I switch to this real quick, one of the covers to the Immortal Hulk is what sort of inspired this skin tone. And no one on YouTube will see that, but I'm talking about my Thrall that I did for yeah, man, he's a beast. Yeah, I don't take a lot of inspiration from miniature painters in general. There's some guys, like, obviously, that I really like their work and tried to understand how they were doing certain things, like Kirill with how he does non-metallics, or Pizarski, right? But I wouldn't say like my style is particularly emulating any other miniature painter. There might be influences here and there. Dude, they ruined the God Butcher in Thor Love and Thunder. Oh my god. Ugh. Look how they massacred my boy. Why would they do such a thing? All right, feeling pretty good about his hair color. Like just as a base coat. So you can see now like the skin does not feel so dark in comparison to what it was before. You guys tell me, who are your biggest influences? I'm not familiar with Stephanie Hans, I don't think. Adrian Smith. Adrian Smith has influenced me a little in like how I render like kind of like beat up metals and stuff. I like the way he does. Is that me and Roman? Oh, thank you. Thanks. Velasquez and Ferry. Oh, I mean, Velasquez is a big influence on Roberto also. So the Renaissance and what would you call, I don't know, Baroque, the sort of Baroque and I don't know what you would classify Roberto Ferry as. He obviously has inspiration from those neoclassical, I guess. Midwest Miniature Guy. Thanks for following. Look at this dude. You know, this is what's crazy though. My man's got some serious belly hair here. Or a certain other type of hair. It's not a happy trail, it's something else. Big fan of Siobhan Kaufman. Greg Capullo. Oh, these are all, yeah, got a lot of comic artists in there. One, Mr. Miniaturista, the Miniaturista. Yeah, he's quite good at doing I would say like efficient OSO. Like how he can quickly make an effect, right? That works. I don't think those are scars, dude. That's hair. Oh, he's got some chest hair too. All right, so now I can start to push the light more, right? So now I can start to push into, I don't even know if I want to use this. Let's see how this works. I might want to go a little colder, but we'll give it a shot and see how it does. I might need to add some white to cool this down instead. So yeah, now is when I would pick like an angle, right? So it's like, okay, we're looking at this guy. This will be my main viewing angle. I'm going to try and centralize the highlights some. So the highlights are going to be like here, here, and this is where we can start to define some more of these shapes, like these individual muscles of the shoulder, right? Yeah, we could start to define individual abdominals. No one said Games Workshop. No one said heavy metal. I don't believe you. I can't believe none of you are at least a bit influenced by the heavy metal style. Hello, Inferno. How are you? 13 months. Wow. Wowie. Time flies when you're having fun painting. I'm good, man. And time is flying. Speaking of flying, yeah. Are you traveling again soon? Yes, I might be gone next week, guys. It's very likely that I will be in Las Vegas. Bandai wants me to come out to Las Vegas to demo the new Gundam Assemble game. So I might be gone next week. I didn't show them anything. They contacted me. They said, hey, you want to come out and see this? Is painting Gundam hugely different than mini painting? If you're talking about the large ones, yes. If you're talking about the Gundam Assemble ones, no, they are minis. But painting the big ones, yes, it is very different. I wonder how they found, probably, well, they contacted me on Instagram, so that's what I'm going to assume. That is the assumption I will make. But yeah, it's cool. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited to see that game. I've painted, as some of you might know, I'm a Gundam, old Gundam head. I like them Gundam models. Dude, I'm trying. That's what I'm saying, guys. That's what I'm saying. Inverna, like, hold on. By the way, what's up with Camille Bidon? He gets, yeah, he does. Yeah, he's hot-headed. I like Camille, though. What's my favorite Gunpla kit? Well, my favorite model, my favorite Gundam is the EXS. In terms of favorite kit, the RX-78 1 Year War was really nice to build. Devil's Maul, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. Some of the Zeta kits are pretty cool. Some of them are awful because they feel like they want to fall apart. Like, I'm not a big fan of... There's a point at which they, I think, over detail, or the transformations and stuff get annoying. Like, for example, the unicorn, the master grade unicorn, is very cool. It looks great. But man, it feels like it wants to fall apart if you look at it wrong. I think I'm going to push this light down on his shoulder a little bit more. Like, I like the Faz, the full armor double Zeta. Problem is I've only built one recent kit, and that is the Gundam Mark V from Sentinel. So I really haven't built any of the like more modern stuff. Most of the stuff I built is from like 15 years ago. So I really couldn't tell you, like, you know, what the cool stuff is that's out now. So yeah, I don't know. I'm no modern Gundam expert. I've seen some of the master grade I'm seeing the master grade SDs, the super deformed ones. They look pretty cool, and they seem to be pretty sturdy. Yeah, I'm not answering that, Waldman. That ain't happening. Not on stream. Think of the children. So yeah, you can see, like, now that we start to introduce some highlights to his face, it starts to really like bring out some of the features more. Okay, what's the most expensive? What's the most expensive model I ever purchased? It's that Bane Bloodhoof right there, because it was a custom one-off figure. So yeah, that would be the most expensive model I ever purchased. If you're asking what the most... as far as most expensive commercial kit I ever purchased, one of the Gundams I bought was pretty expensive. It was like a garage conversion kit for a new Gundam, new Inu. And that was, you had to buy the master grade, which was like $80 plus the garage kit was like $250. So yeah, that was up there in terms of price. Hi, Eric. Just wanted to say that you're a big inspiration to me. I've been painting for about 8 months and I'm entering my first comp. Thanks for everything you do. I am happy to hear that, Neji. Glad to hear you're taking the leap and entering your first competition. That's cool. They kind of overdid the scar here. It's really thick. It's funny, sometimes I feel like you get details that are like really shallow, and then sometimes they're like really bold. It's not a custom frame. It uses the frame of the original one, and then it has like alternate parts to go on the outside. Basically, the term comes from independent producers making kits in their garage. You could literally consider like what like Lucas Zaba does, garage kits, because he literally makes them in his garage. He is a small independent producer that creates his and sells his kits out of his garage. They don't always have to be conversions. Sometimes they can be full kits. I'm pretty happy with like the general details of his face here. I gotta paint like his teeth and his eyes and stuff, but dude, Bob Ross, also an inspiration to me. I also grew up watching Bob Ross. He tried to make painting approachable to the general audience. I mean, he was not like the world's greatest painter by any means, right? There are way better landscape painters than Bob was, but yeah, in terms of, he's like the Mr. Rogers of painting. Yeah, I mean, I have a panel line scriber around here somewhere for adding panel lines to Gundams and stuff. You can go wild, dude. So yeah, that should give you a general sense of sort of the highlights, right? Push this whole highlight a little bit more. I'm going to connect this a little. Make that shoulder transition just a little bit softer. So we're using some glazing here just to make smaller adjustments. And we gotta give him his big old eyebrows. My man's got some wicked eyebrows. All right. So let's zoom out for a second. Yeah, so you can see now that the skin, obviously, he needs a little bit of highlights and stuff on the back. And he might need one more layer of highlight on the skin. But yeah, now next to like the brown, the shadows and stuff don't seem so crazy dark anymore, right? I think we need to glaze in some parts here. Smooth out these elements just a little bit. So you can see like this one, right, is not very smooth. I mean, it's okay, but it could be cleaner. It could be better. Hey man, welcome. Your eyes are open. You've opened your third eye to references. Wait until you start staring at silverware. Or start staring at people's faces on the train. And they're like, why are you staring at me? And you're like, oh, sorry, just looking at how the light is playing off the bounce light on your skin right there. No, just don't worry about it. I'm definitely not a creep. Yeah, no big deal. I'm just looking at how the light works on your nasolabial folds. My what? You could have just stopped, Noble Wizard, at sometimes I catch myself staring at faces and notice Eric was right. That's all you had to say. So this little volume right here is bothering me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some light here and just connect this like so that it doesn't feel oddly disconnected, and maybe create some of these oblique muscles that aren't exactly sculpted that way, but it can maybe make this transition a little more natural. Okay, now I'd like to put, especially on his face, but maybe in a couple other spots, I'd like to put one more level of highlight. But I need to redefine his belly button though. My man's lost his belly button. So yeah. There we go. Some skin. Now there's some parts to still do on the other side, but you at least get the point. I keep seeing things that could be more refined. Like this little, look at this little thing right here. You ready? Check this out. I feel like I should know what that vein's called. Whatever this vein is that goes right here and like runs down the bicep. Is it the cephalic vein? Is that the name of it? According to Google's, it's the runs through your shoulder and down. All right. Is this an in-game survivor? He looks like he would have no problem fighting the monster. Dude's jacked. So he is, yeah, technically, is it an artery? It might be an artery. It's either a vein or an artery. I don't know. I feel like arteries are normally the inside, right? Like, wouldn't arteries be in this side and then your veins on the outside? Well, they're all either veins or anyways. Yeah. The cephalic vein. There you go. What was I talking about? Oh, someone asked if he's an in-game survivor. Yes, so he is what is called an indomitable survivor. They are add-ons to the game that come with in-game gear. So his special piece of gear that he comes with is the harmonica, and you can only get it by defeating a level 3 white lion. So in game, that depends on when you choose to fight a level 3 lion. Typically, that I would call a level 3 lion more a mid-game boss. But yeah, he's a higher. They're meant to represent stronger survivor. Yeah, dude, I fight lions with my bare hands. Fist and tooth is the best. Fist and tooth, no kidding, can be one of the strongest things in Kingdom Death. Never underestimate fist and tooth. Bishop Aries, thanks for the follow. He reminds me of Sting playing Fedorotha from the original Dune movie. No, he's more jacked. Sting was shredded, but he's more jacked. He reminds me of a mix of like Broly and like Blanca or Nikali from Street Fighter. Not wrapping it up yet, just taking a quick break. I'm going to paint some more. Yeah, Sabretooth, I get that. Yeah, Broly and Sabretooth. I can see a little Sabretooth vibes also. He's yeah, he has that sort of archetype. The strong. Also, maybe a little what's his name from Baki the Grappler? Yojiro Hanma, right? I feel like his expression is a bit Yojiro. Fist and Tooth is not an item. It's on every survivor's gear grid. Every survivor always has access to Fist and Tooth. Yeah, one of my strongest survivors I've ever had was named Lil Mac. And he punched, when he did Fists and Tooth, he rolled, was it 3 or I think 4 dice for seeing how much strength he added? 4d10 dice. So he'd roll every time you attack, you roll 1d10, right? And then he threw 3d10 on top of that. Because he had sharp, he had the iron jaw, which gave sharp. He had acid palms, and then the final lantern. So he was one punch man. He was just like, is that the last boss? Boom! Okay. I will be right back. Yeah, dude, Fist and Tooth is the best. The coolest. Alright, I'm going to take a little white. Just a touch. I'm going to use our little guy brush right here. Mix just a tiny bit. Make his skin a little shinier, you know. Just a touch shine here. There are some. I've painted one of them a while ago. It was in one of the Echoes of Death. She's got a big gauntlet on. the monk. And if you guys haven't played Frog Dog has a super cool knowledge called Frog Kick that lets you spin your movement to attack with fist and tooth. Oh, man's a little shiny, you know? There's that final little shine in there. That final little shine can make him appear a little more tan. Sun's out, guns out, you know what I'm saying? Look, don't ask questions how they're tanning in KDM. I don't know. There's no literals. How do plants grow? You know? It's a different world with its own rules. It is indeed a world of mystery. It is very Dark Souls in that way, where they feed you little bits of lore at a time and they kind of leave it up to you to figure out what is going on. So if you're into that sort of storytelling, there we go. My man is buffed up. All right, now we can start painting a little more hair. We did the, that was plague parasite brown before. Now we're going to go with scrofulous brown. We're going for blonde, but here's the thing with blonde. You don't want to use too much yellow. Like this is a yellow brown. It's very yellow ochre sort of color. But still on the orange side of yellow, right? Like this is not the kind of yellow we want to use for painting blonde hair. Okay? Blonde hair, you know, you can look at me, right? Hello, right? I don't have yellow in my, you don't see yellow, right? I'm a bit overwhelmed with all the options when looking at KDM and even what's included in some sets like Gambler's Chest. Yes, that is understandable. If you have questions, feel free to ask. But in my opinion, in terms of ranking the add-ons to this game, it would go get the core set, because obviously that's where you have to start. Then consider the Dragon King or Sunstalker expansion. And then the Gambler's Chest is the way to go. Hey, my favorite Viking, you caught me at work here on the subway fixing things, but yesterday I remembered to make you the Prime contribution, which you really deserve for these videos, and I forgot. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, the Dragon King campaign is cool. No. Dragon King is not an expansion. Gambler's Chest is not an expansion. Gambler's Chest is like a whole nother campaign. Other than, Phoenix and who's the other one you use? There's one more monster. There's one more thing you use from the core set when playing Gambler's Chest. The hand? Maybe the butcher? Yeah, it's the butcher, the original, the hand, and the Phoenix. Other than that, it's all new monsters. It also introduces, so in the base game you use something called fighting arts. Campaign or Gambler's Chest introduces a new system called philosophies and knowledges, which work differently than fighting arts. They're kind of like fighting arts, but they level up, and they're more easier to share with the settlement. And it also introduces the scouts. Matamalaman, have a good night. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas. It is buenas noches. But it's in la noche, right? In la noche? I hate gendered. Oh, it's so easy. There's rules. If it ends in A, it's la. If it ends in O, it's L, except when it doesn't. Or, when it ends in E. Yeah, it's buenas noches, la noche. Buenas noches. Is there any significance to the expansions having 1.6? Not really. You won't see a huge difference. The point of 1.6 was to reduce the reliance on certain core game monsters. So there's some in 1.5 to get access to some what would be considered kind of generic gear. You need to have the antelope. And 1.6 kind of fixes that, so you don't really need to. So you don't need to rely so much on the antelope. It removes the requirement of having him in your campaign. Whatever. La policía. La policía. El policía. I said 3 different words there. How long would I say a campaign takes to play? That depends. That depends on how far you get into the campaign, how much experience you have with the game. Certain campaigns require a little more bookkeeping than others. Like a Gambler's Chess campaign is going to take you longer than a core game campaign. The core box big bad is the Watcher. That is not quite correct. The Gold Smoke Knight is really the big bad, I guess. I don't know. It depends on, he's the final monster. They have what's called the core monster and the finale monster. No, you do not play through one in one night. We've had games where one lantern year takes like a couple hours. So, and theoretic, like the maximum the game can go is 30 lantern years at the moment. It typically starts a little faster where you can get through years a little faster, but as you get later into the game, the years start to take a little longer because you have more resources, you have more options with things you can do with those resources, you have more survivors that could do things. Is that a survivor lifespan? No, that is it's basically like, it's okay. So every lantern year, the game is tracked in lantern years. They use lantern years because they don't use Earth years because the way certain things happen in the game, whatever. Basically, a lantern year consists of a settlement phase, a hunt phase, and a showdown phase most of the time. So you do the settlement, you develop stuff, you build things, that sort of stuff, right? That's your tech tree phase. Then your hunt phase is like a book event where you choose a monster to go hunt and you go searching for the monster. And then the showdown phase is where you actually use the miniatures and fight the monster on the board. A survivor, generally, the maximum a survivor will, I say typically, because there are weird things in the game that allow other stuff to happen. But a survivor, I believe, retires at 16 years. But certain hunts will age your survivors more than 1 year. So, like, fighting higher level monsters will sometimes give you 2 hunt experience or whatever. So they'll have to retire earlier than others. More likely, your survivors will be injured to the point where they are no longer effective at actually going out on hunts. Like, technically, you can bring a survivor with no arms on a hunt who's had both of his arms dismembered. He can still go out on a hunt and bite monsters, but I don't know if it's the best thing to do. So, more often than not, your survivors will either die or become ineffectual in combat than actually reaching retirement. It's pretty unusual for a character to reach retirement. We started a simulator chat or channel in the Discord if you wanted to try it out on the simulator. Oh yeah, people die in crazy ways. Sometimes they just get kicked out. Sometimes the rest of your survivors go, we don't like that guy. He's doing weird stuff, and we're not into that. Hey, we found out this survivor's a serial killer and we don't want him around anymore. Or, hey, she's a witch. Get her out of here. Do you have to manage the settlement resources? Like, are you doing accounting too with heavy inventory? You are managing. They have a there is an app that is made, an independent app called Scribe that can help you a lot with that, and as opposed to like writing it down manually, which can speed that up and make it much more enjoyable, streamlined experience. Thanks, man. I'm digging him. He is coming along. He is almost ready. He's got a lot. Sometimes these figures, they have quite a bit of little details, especially when it comes to like painting all the little fur and stuff. That can take a little while. I mean, this is why I try and say it's up to you guys how far you want to go with some of these, because like, do you have to paint your gaming models to this level? No. You know? I just happen to particularly really like this model, which is why I'm willing to go a little slower on it and try and be a little more refined on this guy. This is a general complaint I've had about this game. There is way more cool female sculpts than there are dudes. So when a cool dude sculpt comes along, I tend to want to put a little extra effort in. Is Kingdom Day also, you can play it single player. You can play it from 1 to 4 players. Technically, you could do it 5 with like a sort of dungeon master, and you could. People have made 6-player versions, but I would recommend 2 or 4. I think is Is there a regular release schedule? No, not a regular release schedule. There is an estimated release schedule. The next expansion is being delivered in March, which I'm very excited to paint. It is the Screaming God. It is a giant screaming antelope. Yeah, man. On the boat. He's shipping. All right, so now I'm going to take and add a colder yellow. We'll use this guy to start to give some of that, a little bit more yellow, but start to add some of that sort of golden tone to his hair. No, I don't think they're all thirsty. Like, hold on. You could say the same for some of the dudes. Right. All right. So, yeah, we're painting Kale. I mean, he's pretty buffed up. But speaking of Screaming God, here's one of the ladies in the Screaming God armor. Right? I mean, yes, her proportions are a bit, you know, exaggerated, but so are his. It's just sort of the style. Here's Glow, right? Just a lady with a whip. Which, if you remember, we've painted 2 of the Glows. This is the 4th. I haven't painted the 3rd one yet. So she's a special character in the game. And then, I mean, here's a dude basically wearing nothing, harvesting some plants. He's a pretty boy with his long hair and loincloth, so. No, not all of them are super cheesecake, I guess, if you want to call it that way. It's just the character proportions tend to be, yeah, sculpted in a more anime style, so they tend to be, yeah, sort of exaggerated hips and busts, but I don't think it's overtly sexualized. Not all of them. Now, they do have pinups, but they also have male pinups, so, and some of the male pinups are hilarious. And some of the like the Crimson Crocodile like women armor sets are sick. Like, they're super cool. What's my favorite fusion style? Favorite fusion. Does Hawaiian count as fusion? I feel like Hawaiian in general is kind of a fusion. Yeah. I like Hawaiian food. I had some Hawaiian for dinner. Some Korean fried chicken with macaroni salad and white rice. It was tasty. Chi Lu. Hello. I think it answers his question. Are those the separate stone face base? Well, he came with one. He came with a base. So, nope. Neither. Which I much prefer when they just come with a base. None of the monsters come with bases, and I'm always like, okay, not none. Millennium, I know Millennium Butcher and what's it called? Both came with bases, the White Gigaline. But majority of the monsters don't come with bases. And I often have a bit of decision paralysis when it comes to like, how do I want to base this monster? I guess Lion God also came with a base, and Frog Dog came with a base. But most monsters do not come with bases. Like, I want to paint the king. And I've been trying to think of what kind of base would I like to give him. I've painted 2 of the male pinups so far. I painted the Dung Beetle Dancer male pinup and the Twilight Night male pinup. I like the Twilight Night one quite a bit, actually. I think it's really cool. The pose on it is pretty sick, where he's like tying his strap, like his wrapping with his teeth. Derek Silvers, hello. I don't know. I'm the wrong person to ask because I've kickstarted everything and then I just order stuff as soon as it comes out. I've been on the ball, man. All of this Kingdom Death painting I do on stream is just so I can claim them on my taxes. Yeah, resins, unless you really just like the model, they don't come with game content, so you don't have to. If you're just looking for stuff with game content, then you don't have to worry about those. Like, I don't, unless I really, really like a resin model, I don't even order them anymore. I used to order all of them, but I just have too many. I'll never paint them all. Well, he's going to come in the Screaming God kit. The Screaming God set comes with the armor kitted survivors. What the heck is the Rainstalker? Screaming God? I don't know. I told you, I kickstarted. Stuff's all paid for. It was all one big thing. Literally everything was $1,666 when we did it. That was for all of it. Turns out now that's a extremely, yeah, that's for everything that's still coming out. So Screaming God, Abyssal Woods, like half the content that is out. Now that doesn't include guys like him that I'm painting right now. He's a store release. He was not part of the Kickstarter. But that includes all the monsters and everything. Yes, the Kickstarter, turns out, was a very good deal. And even if they stop sending stuff basically right now, it has paid for itself. So, you know, just get a time machine, go back to 2016, 2014, whenever the Kickstarter was. Kickstart the whole thing. Just put it on your credit card. Reminded by that meme. You guys said the one with the age guy was like, this is how Americans sound. I think I'll put it on my credit card. That video cracked me up so much first time I saw it. Also, while you're back in 2016, go ahead and buy some Bitcoin too. There you go. That'll make up for the loss of Kingdom Death funds. Not enough to like cause a butterfly effect or whatever where, you crash the Bitcoin market because you bought too much of it. But, enough. Some hair. This guy's got some wicked hair, dude. Also, if you do go back in time to pre-order Kingdom Death, right? Just put like, 5 Bitcoins in a wallet for me. They were probably like $100 back then. Actually, in 2016, I don't know. Yeah. Hey man, go back in time, start a taco stand that accepts Bitcoin. You're on the right track. Yeah, I am. What's the problem? You saying you don't like tacos? You saying you can't make tacos? Which is it? Hmm? Good night, Namora. All right, let's push this highlight more. So now we've got like some general lights and shadows. What color am I doing the bracers? In the art, they are like a white something. I think they're supposed to be like sort of braid things going around. And then it's like blue in the middle. So I don't know. Probably some sort of soft blue. I like how it sort of breaks up the colors. So I'm going to focus more light here. If we're thinking about his head as a sphere, just like the highlight of his forehead is right there, we're going to focus a bit more of this brighter light around this area. Okay, so we'll get sort of the shape of the the like general shape to his head while still individually defining each strand, right? So we want more light there, and then as we move away from that sort of central area, we'll begin to reduce it a little more, so there'll be smaller highlights as we get further away. This is like a new sort of design. I think the Dashing Reaper also they did this on. Let me see if I can find. You can look her up. Her name is, I don't remember what her full name is. If you look up Dashing Reaper, this is a bit of a newer design philosophy with some of the characters, as they tend to splash a little blue color into the artwork in order to break up the more earthy tones, which I like. I think it's cool. Yeah, you can see by pushing that light more centralized creates, and then we're going to do it again by pushing another light. Remind me of Tier 6 Season 3 break? No, dude, I don't remember that. Tier 6? I remember like, I don't remember Drew at all because Drew is lame. But I think it was like Druid Tier 2 was the cool one with the like antlers and stuff. Only like half of them have antlers. Druids were for flag running is what druids were for. What is my purpose? To run the flag and cast Enervate. They were good flag carriers though, because you could switch between the cat form and bear form. Cat form to go fast, bear and sneak in, and bear form to tank if they caught up. What was their other ability? It was a Boomkin could do the thing with, was it like Fairy Fire or something? That could make it so rogues couldn't stealth anymore. It like gave him a debuff so you can't stealth. That was pretty good too. Oh, any druid could do that? Oh, then never mind. Boomkin was useless. He's looking pretty Super Saiyan-y. My man is ready to yell at someone. He's gonna blow in that harmonica. He's gonna play some sick Blues Traveler. We getting eyes too? Nah. I mean, I'll do it, but I'm not doing it on stream. I've done it before. They're very, very tiny. Oh, green eyes? I think they did give him green eyes, actually, in the artwork. Seems like it. Who could have guessed? I mean, they're literally like, yes. It is well known that he likes his anime references. He makes plenty to Berserk. He has a whole expansion coming out where you fight the Dung Beetle Knight as Perfect Cell with 4 Super Saiyan survivors. Sorry, not super. They're not Super Saiyan. They're Super Saviors. Yeah, he pretty openly references things. I mean, the game literally has a Dragon Slayer in it. Like, you can make an item called the Dragon Slayer. Like, geez, I wonder what that's from. So what I did there was just glaze a little bit of this scrofulous brown back on in order to bring some of that yellow back because it was getting a little bit yellow. That's like ochre color, that sort of golden color back, just because it was getting a little washed out. If I wanted to do him more burly, I would have gone more of a yellowish green kind of tone, slightly like less orange, more like lemon yellow. This is more of a like warm gold kind of Goku Super Saiyan color. Broly is more of a greenish. I say green, it's on the yellow side, but it looks more green in comparison to Goku's, you know? No, he doesn't have orange pants on. You talking about Great Saiyaman? The Great Saiyaman? Also, Super Saiyan 3 Goku didn't have eyebrows. Hey, that's fine. I accept my nerd status. I know all about some Dragon Ball, dude. Oh, we had like bootlegs of the Boo Saga and stuff way like while Toonami was still doing the Frieza Saga. VHS fan dubs. Dude, Mexico loves some Dragon Ball. It was a big deal when Super was like airing in Mexico. It had like ads all over the place. I get it, man. I saw the Broly movie when it came out, not the new one, not the original. I saw the Broly movie in theaters when that came out. It was pretty fucking cool in theaters. Normally I get quite annoyed when people get like hyped in theaters. You know, like when people cheer and shit, it's like and clap. I find it annoying. Like, all right, man, they can't hear you. When they did it in in the Broly movie, I was like, yeah, I get it. I get it. This is hype as hell. It was also pretty cool because it kind of combined two of my favorite Dragon Ball movies, which is the original Broly and Fusion Reborn. Dude, Goten and Trunks kill Hitler in Fusion Reborn. So the plot of Fusion Reborn is like hell. All the souls from hell escape and go down in trunks, like kill the entire Nazi army with like one key blast. Nah, dude, we ain't doing velvet, non-velvet today. No NVV today. You can go watch it on YouTube though. We're doing Super Saiyan hair today. But we're almost getting done, honestly. I'm starting to wind down. I think it's almost time to call it for tonight. I think that's pretty good on shines. Needs a little bit here. Just catch some of these hairs. I think that feels pretty good. So yeah. What? Do you know when your paint color collaboration with Chimera will be available? I mean, this one came out a long time ago on Kickstarter. And this is the only one I made. So